Collapse. And they will use their propaganda to disseminate bad information, using fortressors to disorganize us from left and right, from middle to center. This has been their plan. This has been all they have been doing, not even planning. They have been carrying it out for the past 2 years plus. There is nothing new in the book they haven't tried. and they keep on failing. But everything has a time. Everything that human being made has expired it. Just like the former USSR expired. Yugoslavia expired. Eritrea from Ethiopia expired. All these man-made empires has expired it. And many of them have expired. And the country balkanized. And many nations emerged from them. The world didn't end. Rather, the world progressed. The same thing will happen with the IPO, the same thing will happen with Biafra in Nigeria. Biafra will emerge, and that will not be the end of Africa or the world. The life continues. We have been yearning for freedom for over 60-something years. Since the 1960s, we were massacred. We have been yearning for freedom, and that freedom is what we are going to get. That freedom is what we are going to get. Only if we remain strong and consistency, because consistency is what paid. Being here tomorrow, next tomorrow, you be in another place, talk from both sides of your mouth can never give you nothing. Nobody will trust you. Nobody will do anything with you. There are those that are watching you from the side to see what you are doing, monitoring you. If you stand on your word, if you really want this freedom, because freedom is not cheap. For you to gain freedom, you must pay dear. You must pay a high price. That is why you valued it. That is why you have a nationalist, because they protect and value their country. They will do everything to protect it. They will defend it with every fiber in their being, even until their last blood. They will defend their nation. Ours will not be the same. We must continue. We must pay civilians. Persecution is high, yes. These are the price you pay when you're seeking for freedom. Like I said, it's not cheap. Unfortunately, this world is like a jungle where the weak are get swallowed. The strongest keep on getting stronger. And when the weak rise, they will tear the weak into pieces. Unfortunately, this is the law of the jungle, and this is the law of the world we are living in. So we must keep on pushing. Hopefully someday we will be stronger to stand and withstand the forces of Nigeria. Only then we will be free. Yes, our forefathers did it in 67. We are so proud of what they did. They didn't fight Nigeria, they fought the world. The world powers combined, all of them, they fought us. And we still survived. We showed them what we made of. So we have no case with Nigeria. Nigeria didn't fight us. Nigeria cannot face us and survive it. They know that. Rather, they rely on external power to give them, to back them, to provide everything they need. And Nigeria is serving their purpose. They purposely kept Nigeria that way so that they will benefit. The masses are suffering. They don't give any dime of the society, the suffering of the citizens. We should use their own to compare. Many of them in this Western world, their citizens are suffering as well, but the government doesn't give a dime. So, we that are in Black Africa, what makes you think that they will even pay attention? That is why we have tweeted for the past 11 years. Nothing to show of it. They don't care. They don't care if we live or if we die. In fact, the world doesn't know where Biafra is in the map. Many never heard of us, and this is truth. That doesn't mean we give up. What it means is we shall double our effort and pursue what we want, and that is freedom. We know that those that are holding us are those Igbo politicians, some of them that are in high place, and some individual and business men and women that are in high places. All of them connive together and suppressing every of our effort. Just for something they will benefit from the crumble that are falling up from the master's plate. Why else they own the whole thing, but out of their greed because of money, they forgot that they will double their investment, they will double the amount they are making if Biafra comes, if they channel all their businesses, all their effort inside Biafra. They forget that the Biafra will bring a greater opportunity for everyone to invest, those that want to invest, those that have money looking for a place to put it. They forget that having a Biafra will preserve who we are. They are not looking at the benefit of what Biafra will bring to us, rather they are focusing on what they will benefit. Biafrans, I want us to, as we are approaching into New Year, I want us to be strong, knowing that 2024 will be our year. Our destiny is in our hand, it's not in anybody. We must unite, we must keep on those, what I mean by unite is those that are share the same ideology and the same philosophy on how to go and get Biafra must continue. Nobody will do it for you. As a $1 nobody give a dime what we do. As I said, whether we die or we live, they care nothing. They have everything to lose. We Biafrans have everything to gain. That makes it very, very difficult that we have to intensify whatever we are doing and pursue it from every angle. One thing I know for certain is Biafra is promised to us that Biafra will be restored. How it's going to occur or how it's going to happen, we have no clue. All we know is this journey of Biafra restoration. We shall enjoy, we shall endure. The road is rough, but we shall endure it as well. Enjoy wherever is possible. But at this case, there is nothing to enjoy. It's only miserable. But we have to be patient. We have to endure it. Because at the end, there is light at the end of the tunnel. And we all shall rejoice. On this note, I will hand over to my colleague, Mazekene. Over to you if you are there. Microphone to you. Thank you. If you are mute, you come out of mute. If you are not there, you can take over. Ushe, you are mute. Okay. Because if you are there, I will give you a microphone to speak.
Good day, dear friends and lovers of freedom. Thank you, Martin, for your talk tonight. And thank you, everyone who's listening to us from the motherland. It's another great opportunity for us to talk to you and remind you of why we are dear friends and why we will continue in this journey for freedom. Biafra is our religion, and we will never relent until we arrive at our destination. I want to keep it brief tonight and remind each and every one of us that the quest for freedom is a journey. It's a destination that we must genuinely understand the route to. If you do not know in our heart prepared ourselves for this journey. There are certain things we need to be mindful of, and one of them is distraction. If we run away from distracting forces that are trying to stop us and mitigate our growth, we will achieve what we are questing for, which is the total freedom of our people, the freedom from all the shackles of oppression, freedom from everything that is stopping us from achieving self-determination, freedom to decide who we are, freedom to decide how we run our business, freedom to be the decision makers, to be the people that say and determine what happens in our daily lives. To make this very meaningful and relatable to us, I would ask each and every one of us listening to us today to ask yourself one question. Do you have the ability to decide what you want today in your life? Do you have the ability to decide that I need to be in a hospital right now? And you do it. Do you have the right to say, I need food right now, or I need accommodation right now, or to say, I need education right now? Can you stay in your stead right now and want this thing and get them? Why would you not get it? Because you do not have the freedom. You do not have the rights of citizenship to Nigeria. You do not have the right to belong in Nigeria. Can you write a letter today to a government official or to any organization and demand answers to questions bothering you about how they operate? Will you get an answer? Most of you that have been to the universities, can you write your university today asking questions about anything concerning you as a student or as someone who had graduated from that school? Will you get a response to your email or to your letter? Can you take up your phone right now and call any office and ask them questions and they give you answer to it? Can you go up to a policeman and ask a question and receive an answer to it? Can you demand a change on how something that affects you is being done and you receive a positive answer to it? Can you readily go to any organization today and say, we want to see how the money is being spent in this organization, and you get an answer? No. These are the things that we have seen that is hampering our growth. Every day in Nigeria, you hear about transparency. But no action, even of the politicians, is relayed to the public. You have no right to know. You don't even have any right to ask questions. So for us to be totally free, we need to exercise this right. The right to know. The right to know. The right to know is a right given to you as a human being to ask questions about anything that affects you. It doesn't matter. Once anything affects you, you have the right to know about that. But in your country, Nigeria, today, there are questions begging for answers that has never been answered in the last 50 years. There are people who are incarcerated, illegally detained, and no one can ask questions about them. Today, we have seen how the courts are perverting justice. We have seen how the judiciary is just a tool in the hands of the executive. And we as Biafrans, we do not need this. We cannot continue to live in this debacle of life. We have decided to stir up a change, and that is what we are doing. If you see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today standing in any legal dock, in any form of litigation, this is what he's standing for. This is what he epitomizes. He's leading the way, charting the course for others to follow. If one man can make a change, ask yourself, how much of a change would 10,000 people following him make? If one person is digging a hole and he covers 20 feet a day, imagine how many feet 10,000 people would dig. And this is why we are awakening the consciousness of our people to understand the meaning of Gidi Gidi Bugweze, to understand the concept of Anyukoma Meliono Owa Ofufu, to understand that it is inevitable that we make this change, that we bring about the total freedom of our people. Because if we do not bring about this change, if we do not work to bring about this change, we will suffer, our kids will suffer, our grandkids will suffer, and maybe our fourth generation will be obliterated away. They will be annihilated off the face of the world. I normally tell people, do not think it is impossible for your race to go extinct. There are so many people, so many great nations today that their people have gone extinct. The great Egypt you hear today is a perfect example that rocks us in the face. There are so many civilizations that have gone extinct. So So do not think, oh, it doesn't matter. If you do not correct that thing that is threatening to kill you today, if it does not succeed in your time, it might succeed in your kids' time. If it does not succeed in that time, it might in the third generation. But if you fight today to stop that which is threatening to kill you, that is the only way you have preserved life. It is called self-preservation. And we are on the journey of self-preservation. Our freedom is hinged on the concept of self-preservation. Because if we do not do what we are doing today, there will not be any of us tomorrow. There would never be any of our kind tomorrow. It feels like we are the last hope. The last hope. For our kind. It feels like we are the last people to determine what will become of Biafra. And like our leader would say, if we fail, it will take 1,000 years for us to correct this. And in 1,000 years' time, do you think you'll still be relevant? I will give you indications why you might not exist in the next 500 years. In the next 100 years, if we do not self-preserve today, there might not be any of us. Number one, knowledge is transferred, is transmitted through communication. Today, how much of knowledge do you have about your identity? Ask yourself that question. If you have 50% of knowledge about your identity, how much of it have you transmitted? How much of it have you communicated to the next generation? Are you trying to tell me that it is everything that your father knew that you know right now? It is not true. Some people, their parents gave them only 20% knowledge of their identity. Some people 10%, some 50%. Some people that are lucky got 60%. Today, you have only 50% knowledge of your identity. How much of it do you think you can pass on? Your father didn't have the struggles, he didn't have to contend with the struggles you have today. You have technology, you have globalization, you have modernism. All of these things are fighting, and then you have the agenda of the caliphate against you. How much of your knowledge do you think you will be able to transmit to your kids? And how much of that knowledge do you think they will retain and transmit to their own kids? This is one indication of that if we do not self-preserve today, in the next 100 years, there won't be anything like us. Another thing is westernization. Today, your place has been made very uncomfortable to you. That the best option being presented to you is to go outside of your place, move away from your place, go and get lost, drift away from your identity. And I tell you, 50% of us in diaspora would never return home. 50%. Either they die outside, or they grow old outside, or they do not have the ability to return home. 50% of people in diaspora will never go home. Of these 50% that will never go home, only 10% of these 50, their kids, we know where they come from, of the people in diaspora. And then of the 10% of these kids, how many of them will look back to Nigeria and say, I am proud of Nigeria, I want to go back to Nigeria? This is another indication telling us that we are heading for total destruction. And if we don't self-preserve, it will be the end of us as a people. Another point, how many laws are being made today that help you grow as a people? How many policies help you as a people? None. You cannot. Back in the days, they had the indigenization policy. Today, every policy that is being made by government is to stifle, to destroy our values, our culture, our identity. And every resistance to the destruction of our values is termed terrorism. It is termed secession. It is given one name that people will look at and say, no, I don't want to be labeled with that name. The policies against our business, the policies against our culture, the policies against our freedom, the policies against our lands and the waters. That is one thing. And finally, another indication is if in 100 years, Christianity in our place is just 100 plus years. If it has deprived us, if religion has deprived and divided us, so much so that we do no longer consider ourselves as a people, we now consider ourselves as members of a denomination, not as a people, but as religious factions. What more will be done in the coming 100 years by religion? There are laws and policies and religious teachings that are being very inimical to our values. Today, people are telling you that it's okay to go against the values of our culture, to go against the values of our Ihanana Sonso. Today, religious houses are telling you that you do not need to work, just bring your seed of faith and believe the man of God. That is why so many are daft and poor. They tell you, just buy this water from me. It will give you protection. So much people have died from that. They've told you that the doctor that gives you herbs to cure you from sickness is devilish. That is the oil that they've imported from China. That is anointed oil. Just drink it and you will be free. And you have believed that something that is not good to be consumed without being cooked or processed is going to give you healing. More than the native herbs, scientifically proven to bring health, to restore your health, is devilish. But his Goya oil or his seraphic water or Milialia will give you health. And you drink it and you die. Imagine in the next 100 years, what more harm will be done to us as a people. So I want to remind us today, self-preservation is not just something that is static. It is very dynamic and it demands action. Your actions could either lead to self-destruction or self-preservation. So if I am supposed to be mindful of how I drive, making sure I don't drink and drive, making sure I am careful of the pedestrians and the oncoming traffic, and I do not obey these rules, then my actions becomes self-destructive. But if I do actions that tally to the rules, then my actions are self-preservation. So that is the question you should ask yourself. What I have been doing, is it or are they actions deemed self-preservative or self-destructive? Because every action I do, it is either I am preserving myself or I am destroying myself. In IPOB, we have chosen the path of self-preservation to preserve our values, to preserve our heritage, to preserve our identity, and to promote cultural awareness amongst our peers, that they will understand that what we have is cherished, is to be cherished, not to be jettisoned or to be ridiculed. What we have as a people, many covet it, but they cannot tell you. So So our actions are geared towards self-preservation, to preserve these values, to preserve ourselves, our lives, the ways of our life, and to make sure that our kids and the next generation enjoy this. To stop any person, any human from stealing this from us and destroying our lives. So remember this every time and always, that self-preservation is the primary theme of our agitation, of our quest for freedom. Because if we are not free, we cannot self-preserve. If we are not free, we cannot self-preserve. I will hand up now and give over to my comrade. Thank you, Mazi, for giving me the opportunity to talk to our people. Thank you. Mazi Silas, please, if you are on, you can take over from me.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you so much for that detailed analysis. Thank you so much for your time and depth of knowledge. Thank you. I will start by thanking our listeners, the audience that makes our broadcast relevant. Those who are with us, those who listen and actually spread or share our views with other people and make our vision known to others. I thank all IPOB members around the world. Thank you very much. I also must start by saying a short prayer on the head of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. May our Lord God grant him good health, sound mind, and the same zeal and boldness that he has used to commence and lead this struggle up to where we are today. I thank you so much. I will also extend such prayers to IPOB members who have been detained, who have been illegally detained by the country we are fighting to free ourselves from, the dungeon called Nigeria. And may our Lord God give them strength wherever they are in the incarceration cells and places like that. I hope and we pray that in no distant time our prayers will come true and we will be free from the zoo called Nigeria. I always would like to start by reinstating and reaffirming our vision, which is to restore an independent or the independent sovereign Biafra. This is still our mission. I would not change because there is no alternative to it. Nothing can replace it from what we are seeking and what we must achieve, because day in, day out, another review upon review of the country called Nigeria always reveals that there is no hope there. There is no hope for anyone in Nigeria. It's even worse when you are reviewing it from a distance like Australia.
it is more clearer when you are reviewing Nigeria from an environment such as the one we live in, because it draws a sharp contrast to what a country should be and what Nigeria is, especially when Nigeria answers a federal republic of Nigeria. Federal where people are treated unequally, where people are marginalized because of their names and which sections of the country they come out from. So there is nothing that have shown us that there is an alternative to finding a sovereign Biafra. And that is why our vision, our mission will remain to restore Biafra in its fullness, and for so many good reasons. Those reasons are: we are coming with peace. Restoration of an independent, sovereign Biafra will bring peace to our people, the Biafrans. There will be peace to us. Furthermore, there will be peace to our neighbors. We will sit and radiate that peace. We will radiate that excellence towards our neighbors. They will know peace as we have always been known as a very peaceful people. And when you look at it from the cultural point of view, our culture will return. We will recreate, re-establish, and practice our beautiful culture of hospitality, of ways of life in full. Our place will be a place where people will visit and have that glory. I will share this story. Today, I received a testimony from, it's not that type of religious testimony they go and give in the churches. This is from an Australian married to a Biafran. In the past few days, she happened to set her feet on the Biafran soil. And in her more than 18 years of marriage to one of her brothers, it is only this week that she visited Biafra. In her journey through through Lagos and to the Biafran region, she witnessed she witnessed the difference between the Biafran region and the rest of Nigeria, or the places she's been. And she confessed that there is no reason why Biafra should be with Nigeria. This is somebody who hasn't been told much about Biafra. Just by passing through and witnessing the people getting down to the east in the Biafran region, seeing where we have come from, what we have labored to achieve what we have. She made this proclamation without being asked or forced to do that. Some of these testimony reinforces our zeal to continue searching and finding Biafra the sooner we can. So in Biafra, we will find peace within ourselves and for our neighbors, especially those of them that do not like Biafrans. Most Biafrans will exit from their land and resettle in the Biafran land, where we have almost everything given to us by nature. The temperature is not too bad, the soil is very rich, and the people are both industrious and intelligent. Imagine where we have our nation today. We will combine our natural industriousness, natural intelligence, and the currently trending artificial intelligence. We will combine the three with the resources we have below our soils, and we'll be able to help produce very efficient products. We will help ourselves and help the world. If anybody's in doubt, this is why we want to have our own nation. We will be able to secure our pedigree, and generations that will come out of our pedigree ahead of time. We are just a homogeneous people living in the southeastern part of the current Nigeria that is not working. The Nigeria where if you are sick of curable disease, you cannot be cured. The Nigeria where the schools are not working. They are not working deliberately, I would say. A country where the leaders are almost headless because they cannot see, they cannot do the right thing, they cannot perceive the smell of Lagos, if I may use Lagos as an example. They cannot see that lagoon that used to be that you can see the bottom of the lagoon before, that has turned black. The lagoon that they throw in sewage and every other stuff. The same kind of lagoon we have in Sydney Harbour, that you can see the clearness of the water. They can see it. They travel everywhere to find places to dump the money they have stolen from Nigeria. They don't see the standards. They don't see the cleanliness of the cities that they have traveled to. They can't even copy something that has been done to improve their people's life. Those things are absent in Nigeria. The worst of it is that they don't have conscience. They don't have conscience, and they don't have any truth in them. They don't have any truth in them at all. And what I'm trying to say is, for another time, the Supreme Court has lied. The Supreme Court have given a wrong judgment. The Supreme Court, in deciding the last case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, lied by saying that there's nowhere in the country's rule that is said that because of the extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, that there's no way in the country's rules that the lower court, were stripped of their authority to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on terrorism charges. But that is a pure lie. That is a lie they have concocted. An apex court that is not even independent. An apex court that doesn't keep itself in order. The person who delivered the ruling is one Garuba Mohammed. in a fair society, that Garba Mohammed wouldn't be the judge presiding over the case. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has got no case to answer in terms of terrorism. He is the one that was terrorized beyond what anyone in Nigeria probably would have experienced. Armored tanks, military men were sent down to his palace. He's a prince. They terrorized the village for a few days. They moved in to kill him. By God's grace, he escaped. He escaped with some injury. This is a man who responded to all court days, all negotiations that they tried to call outside the court, who is prepared to go to the court. And in going to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, they killed over 40 people. We used to say, or what was documented was 28 plus a dog. They killed over 40 people on that incident and narrowly killed him too. So the Nigerian government should be labeled as a terrorist country, and those who were involved in that mission should all be in jail if there is any atom of fairness in them. But that is not Nigeria. It has no soul. A country without soul. A country without head. Doesn't reason. In every situation, in every situation where a country needs to bring somebody, whether the person is their citizen or another person's citizen, you must go through the courts. You must present the person to the country where they are staying, to the courts, and prove that you have reasonable grounds to try this person and that you will not harm them. Nigeria did not go through that situation. And if you indeed succeed in stealing or kidnapping the person from that country, and you cannot proceed from the crime you committed. This is also according to a former Attorney General of the United States, Bruce Fein. Shortly after the trial, Bruce Fein commented that Nigeria is using the Supreme Court as an instrument of injustice, and warned that Nigeria should not be profiting from the crime it committed. Nigeria committed a big crime by going to Kenya and extraordinarily renditioning Mazen Nnamdi Kanu back to Nigeria. Those are two big words. Simply going to Kenya, kidnapping Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, and bringing him back to Nigeria for a trial. I can say that Britain is an accomplice of that particular journey. And that is why it is hard for other countries to step in. They are part of the renditioning. They are part of the condition that is holding Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, because he has seen a lot, because he saw some of the classified documents they hold on Biafra, because Britain is drinking the oil that is coming from the Biafra land, because Britain and Europe are laying gas pipe from the Biafra land up to Europe. And the only people that will call them out on this is the IPOB members, the IPOB family. If Mazi was free, he would trumpet it to a point where they would shamefully find an alternative or at least pay for it. They are doing it. They are holding Biafra down. They are holding IPOB down in order for us not to speak out and speak and ask for what belongs to us. That is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not just in detention. The entire IPOB family, our vision, our mission, and our struggle is in detention. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is only a representative of us, the arrowhead, and they were lucky to have successfully kidnapped him from Kenya because of the corrupt leadership you have in Kenya, because of the corrupt leadership you have in the entire African country and the world. Because what is corruption? Corruption does not stop from the 2 or 3 parties involved in it. Corruption extends to those who see corruption and keep quiet and condone it. Corruption is even, extends to Biafrans who are in position to say, no, this is wrong, but they keep quiet, either by fear or by favor. It is corruption. And I am proud of IPOB, the only bold body that is speaking the truth, that is telling the zoo that they are not a country. Of course they are not. If you are a country, you will not have IDP camps within your country. One of the late leaders of Nigeria said it. If insurgents continues beyond 48 hours, the government of the day must be aware of it, because the government of the day controls the border, controls the police, controls the army, controls the security forces, controls everyone, if not by virtue of employing them, by virtue of dictating their movement and actions through all the security paraphernalias. And here we are, a Supreme Court sending a case back to a lower court to try. Isn't it a shame? It shows us. Some people were saying, "Oh, we're happy because the Supreme Court acknowledged the extrajudicial rendition." That's rubbish. If the Supreme Court is independent and knows what it is doing, if those judges are real judges, they will follow the book to letter. They will restore Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Kenya, use Kenya police force to hold him, try him for rendition, seek his rendition through the court. If they win, Mazi will be back, and then they will continue whatever trial that they think they want to try. But I will start summarizing. The continued detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu proves the point we have been making all this while. The country called Nigeria has no foundation, has no ethics, has no truth in it, has no moral, and cannot continue. It's full of anarchy in every way you look at it. Nothing is working. The people are dying in numbers. because they can't put in the basic infrastructures. They cannot even say the truth. They are buying cars to bribe the judges. They are not, raising the standard of living. People are dying and they're not doing anything. Simply to stick to the truth, they cannot. The constitution they're using wasn't written by the people. They do not have anything that works in Nigeria. And Biafrans are right by asking to exit from Nigeria based on all these facts. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we pray that God will maintain you, maintain your health, and one day, in no distant time, you will be out. I encourage all IPOB members to be strong where they are. I invite all free lovers in Nigeria to support Biafra exit. It will bring peace. It will bring innovation. It will help humanity. All hail Biafra. Thank you very much. Mazi Chigozie, I hand over the mic to you. Thank you very much. Mazi Okekenta, if you're here, please take the mic. Yes, Mazi. You join with BA. Please take over if you're there. All right, thank you, our listeners from all over the world. From here in Australia, myself and colleagues have given our presentation. We invite you to be with us next Wednesday. Sorry for the delay in the starts. A lot of logistics weren't in tune, and that is why. So thank you very much, and thank you, our dear host. We owe this opportunity to you. We thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much. We're done. Are you sure?
Mazi, your line is off.
Maz, we've already given a concluding statement. I called others and they weren't available, so I've concluded. Thank you very much.
Okay, Leo.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. This is where the broadcast ends. We will be back on the air. We will be back on the air in about few minutes, about 30 minutes. We'll be back on the air. So yeah. Thank all of you for listening. It is the Australian program, and we still have some time left, about an hour. We should be back here in about an hour to continue the program. It is the Australian program, and we still have some time left, about an hour. We should be back here in about an hour to continue the program.
For the youth of Biafra, you people, I'm sorry to use this word, but most of you are cowards. You don't know your left and rights. If you know your left and rights, then most of the evil that's happening in your country, in your state, will not happen, because most of your governors are the pioneer of your problems. We know all what we are telling you. Most of your governors, most of the electorals, they are the problem you are facing. You have to face them first, so that they will come to the government and talk to the government. Then we say the right thing. We force them to say the truth. You must force them. You must force them to say the truth, because if you didn't force them, they will not say the truth. Why? Because they are getting a lot from the government than you. You are in Nigeria going to school, or you are in Biafra going to school, but their children are outside. Their children are there doing well. Most of them has a ghost account where they pack their money. Their fifth generation cannot even finish it. How do you expect them to say the truth where they say the road, where they know that the road will block? So it's time for you people to stand up, you people to say the truth. And anything is beyond, anything you can do to plead the person that's saying the truth, you should do it, because our people want to hold Mazin Nnamdi Kanu into their custody until the 2023 election, so that they will execute their plans. I'm telling you nothing but the truth. I'm telling you from the right source. If you like, believe me. If you like, don't believe me, but you will see it happening. That is, if you did not rise up now, this is the time. Don't put yourself in a tight corner, because your great grandchildren are going to suffer for this. Thank you very much, Mr. Broadcaster, and Allah bless you. Thank you very much. That is the reason why you see, whenever animal is ruling the country, he will always rule it to left side. But my problem with your people is most of your people are very, very stupid. Your youth cannot do something that will provoke the government. Because if your youth know that they love their leaders, they're supposed to show by example. But most of them went to home and sit. Even the other day we went to Abuja, I saw one idiot, one monkey was talking ill of your leader. But your people there, no one can take something and hit him down there. But if it is here in Iowa, I can kill him and go for jail. Why? Because even though your leader went to jail, today he has his family, he has everything about him. Today he was suffering in jail because of you. Why can't you do a little sacrifice to enable you to be free? And us will be free. Because if you are free, we are also free. Fulani people will leave our lands. We will rule ourselves. We will rule yourself. We will do collective effort or do three countries together. We can make something out of nothing. But our people don't have stupid. Your people are very, very stupid. Your youth mostly. They don't know their rights and rights. If it is here in Iowa, if something happen, we will vote everywhere. We will vote everywhere. Let them go and watch it. Shagugumi was negotiating with the bandits, but nobody has talked of him. Somebody that was not in the country. You went outside the country and catch him and brought him back. But you are somebody. You are with somebody in the country. You can't hold the person and you travel out of the country. Why can't we ask ourselves some questions? Now I want our people to stand up and we will fight for our rights. No matter who is concerned, we don't bloodily care. You heard him say that. We will be our own unknown government. This time, no mercy, regulation of ruling of the country. That is the reason why you see, whenever animal is ruling the country, he will always rule it to left side. But my problem with your people is most of your people are very, very stupid. Your youth cannot do something that will provoke the government. Because if your youth know that they love their leaders, they're supposed to show by example. But most of them went to home and sit. Even the other day we went to Abuja, I saw one idiot, one monkey was talking ill of your leader. But your people there, no one can take something and hit him down there. But if it is here in Iowa, I can kill him and go for jail. Why? Because even though your leader went to jail, today he has his family, he has everything about him. Today he was suffering in jail because of you. Why can't you do a little sacrifice to enable you to be free? And us will be free. Because if you are free, we are also free. Fulani people will leave our lands. We will rule ourselves, we will rule yourself. We will do collective effort or do three countries together. We can make something out of nothing. But our people don't have stupid. Your people are very, very stupid. Your youth mostly. They don't know their rights and rights. If it is here in Iowa, if something happen, we will vote everywhere. We will vote everywhere. Let them go and watch it. Shagugumi was negotiating with the bandits, but nobody has talked of him. Somebody that was not in the country. You went outside the country and catch him and brought him back. But you are somebody. You are with somebody in the country. You can't hold the person and you travel out of the country. Why can't we ask ourselves some questions?
35 years. It has always been the case. Our problem is religion and social-cultural. I mean, people would expect me to come here and start talking about kinetics, about operation and so on. I've been an operational commander all my life. I've commanded warships, I've commanded troops, I've commanded men outside Nigeria and so on. But I'm not going to come to your station to discuss kinetics. The problem is not kinetics. In 2017, 2016, I'm always a member of the Security and Intelligence Brief at the Defense Headquarters. I told them, General Lauren Shakin then, that the challenge we have in this country cannot be solved the same way we solved the problem of Niger Delta. The Niger Delta problem was solved during Yaradua time, basically by me. And I told them that we can't use that same template for Boko Haram. I told General Lauren Shakin to look at the center of gravity of the problem. And we all came together. I was made a member of the committee, including Atahiru that just died was a member of that committee in 2016, 2017. And we came to a conclusion after several arguments. The arguments were three. To identify the center of gravity of the problem, one group said it is the fighters, the Boko Haram fighters are the center of gravity, so we should go after them. Another group said the center of gravity of Boko Haram is Abubakar Shekau. So if we go after Abubakar Shekau, then the problem of Boko Haram will be solved. I took exception to the group. I said that is not the center of gravity of the problem of Boko Haram insurgency that we were having between that 2012 and 2017. And General Shakin asked me, allow me, why are you giving problem? What is the problem? Give us the answer. And I told General Shakin that if I tell you the answer, you are not going to be able to solve the problem. He said, what is the problem? I said, the center of gravity of Boko Haram and insurgency in Nigeria are the sponsors of that program. It was beyond us. Because all we need to do is kinetics. Fight, destroy places, resolve issues. But we cannot resolve issue of sponsors of Boko Haram that were in Buhari's government, that we know them.
When you say we, who?
I was in the military intelligence. And the defense headquarters staff that I work with, they know. And that was why we couldn't pursue that aspect that will have resolved that problem. Because you need to arrest people. And recently, 400 people were gathered as sponsors of Boko Haram. Why is it that Buhari government has refused to try them?
So the government knows sponsors of Boko Haram?
Of course, it's in the news. In April this year, the government said they have arrested 400 below the change related, people that were sponsoring Boko Haram. They told us. And Abu Dhabi also helped us to arrest few Nigerians. Tried them. We know them. Why can't this government, if not that they are partisan and they are actually part of the charade that is going on, why can't they bring those people out for trial?
So the Bureau de Change operators on the one hand, but you particularly said people in government. Are those part of the Bureau de Change, or those people that you say are in government are still there, government is aware, and government is condoning them?
The people I mentioned that are in government are not these ones they just arrested. You remember this Boko Haram issue started since 2012.
Yeah.
And I was in the military intelligence that time. We arrested those people. It is my organization that actually conducts interrogation and interview. And they mention names. I mean, I can't come on the air and start mentioning names of people that are presently in government now that I know. Presently in government. That the boys that we arrested mentioned. Some of them are governors now. Some of them are in the Senate. Some of them are in Aso Rock. Why should a government try to
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. Today is the 6th day of September in the year of our Lord 2021. Without wasting time, we are going to hand over the platform to the HOD, the head of the directorate, Maaz Chika Edoziem. Please, over to you and welcome to the program. Go on, please.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. Can you hear me, please?
The whole world is hearing you. Go on.
All right. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and good night to you all great Biafrans, wherever you may be at this very hour. My name is Mazi Chika Edoziem. I come from Ihe Oma. Ihe Oma is in all the province of Biafra land. And by the grace of Elohim, merciful Chukwukaba, I serve the great and wonderful people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of Directorate. Once again, today I bring you greetings from the supreme leader of this great movement, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I bring you very warm greetings from him because you, of us, irrespective of his incarceration, we are all in his prayers, we are all in his thoughts. And for that, I wish to encourage Biafrans again to continue to supplicate to him, to continue to commend our leader Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu into the hand of Chukwukabiyama, that Okike may continue to be with him, continue to preserve, protect him, and of course, bring him out so that he may continue the work which Elohim has mandated him, so that Biafra shall be a restored, sovereign, and independent nation on his command, of course. Tonight, there are one or two issues that I need to speak on very, very importantly. Very, very important, I hasten to say and add again. We have heard, and it has come to our knowledge, the statement that is credited to the mask wearer in Asherok, the person who claimed to be Muhammadu Buhari, when a man who calls himself a president of a country will come out and make such unguarded statements, then it is time for Biafrans to be at alert. It is time for us to be at alert, because we can read the handwritings on the wall. The impostor in Asurok said that IPOB worldwide are stockpiling weapons all over the zoo. And I laughed. But after laughing, in a reflection, I was like, wait a minute. Something is going on here. And what is going on here is that I wish to alert Biafrans at this moment that the way that countries have been initially accused of one crime or the other is always the precursor to attacking that country. And now, what this impostor is trying to do is to paint the Biafran people
in a manner that will influence the views of the international community. What this impostor is trying to do is to justify his continued massacre of Judeo-Christians who are Biafrans, and of course the people we call Ndi Omenala, those who worship the African and traditional religion, or who follow the African traditional religion. Of course, they don't worship the religion, they worship Okike through the ways of our ancestors, through the ways of our fathers. That is what Biafra is made of. Biafra is a nation made up of Judeo-Christians and, of course, the traditional religionists. And all of us, be whether it is those practicing the Jewish faith, whether it is Christians, and whether it is the Omenana people, the traditional religionists, we are all victims. We are all victims to the madness that is going on under the watch of the impostor in Aso Rock, who calls himself Muhammad Buhari. Of course, we know that Buhari is long gone. I believe by now, in fact, the termites have they have fed, of course, well fed on his carcass. It is only his bones that remains. But people are still going around claiming to be Buhari. What happened to Buhari will happen to them. And Chukwuabiama shall bear us witness. So what I'm trying to tell Biafrans this night is for them to understand that for Buhari to come out, or the impostor to come out to say that IPOB are stockpiling weapons all over the zoo, they are preparing the ground for their onslaught. They are preparing their ground for the onslaught upon the Christians, upon Biafran Christians. They are preparing their onslaught against the Jewish Biafrans that we have, those who are practicing Jewish faith. They are preparing their ground for their attack on those who follow our traditional way of worshiping Chukwuabiama. So all of us, it does not matter whether you belong, which religion you worship Chukwuokike truly. You are in the view of the plans of the Fulani Caliphate to emasculate us, first economically, which they have wonderfully done with all the politicians seeing nothing and hearing nothing. They have economically emasculated us. Now their next line of action is the extermination of the Biafran populace, our race. If you do not know it today, being the 6th day of September 2021, that the Biafran race is not only in danger of extinction, there is a well made out plan to actually bring that to happen, and it is happening. So our people, you must be at alert, and you must be aware of your surroundings. Now, after saying that the Biafran people, that the indigenous people of Biafrans are stockpiling weapons all over the zoo, and I asked, for what weapon are we stockpiling, for what purpose, if I may ask? But that is a question for another day. But after all these unguarded statements, this impostor who is holding the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra in incarceration in the dungeon of the DSS, this impostor who has spilled the blood of uncountable number of Biafran youths. This impostor who is actively supporting the terrorists, Fulani herdsmen who are pillaging and, of course, destroying our farmlands, raping and killing our mothers, our daughters, our wives, and our sisters. This impostor has the temerity, the unction to say that he wants to come to Biafra land. Specifically, the Supreme Court administrator, the man that has no shame. He is there gallivanting that he is a governor. What governor? You need to be ashamed of yourself that you are in fact a quota administrator, not even a governor. A quota, because that is how they do it in the zoo. Our children will go to sit for examination, and if they make 130 over 140, they may not even be given an opportunity to go to be admitted into the unity schools, the so-called unity schools they have in the zoo. But somebody who did not even sit for the exam, or who actually just only appeared in the exam, wrote his or her name, at the end of the day, they will be given the opportunity, they will be given the chance above those who made actually the real scores for and who are for that matter who are qualified to be admitted into these unity schools. But no, that is the same person you have in Imo State as the administrator, because he's a quota. He come from number 4, and then suddenly they catapult you to be number 1. That is why what is happening in our land is against, not only against the land, but against the spirit of our ancestors. And we must not simply keep quiet and watch these people desecrate the holy land of Biafra. We will not keep quiet and watch these people decimate our youth. We will not keep quiet and watch these people spit and urinate upon the grave of millions that they have killed, they have murdered, because they are Christian Biafrans, because they are Jewish faith believing Biafrans, because they are those who worship Elohim through our traditional ways. We have it on good information. We have it that the impostor in Asurok will be visiting Imo State on the 9th of September. That should be on Thursday. And we are telling him he is not welcome. Impostor that is ruling the zoo in the name of Muhammad Buhari, you are not welcome in Biafra land. You are not welcome in Imo State. And we are making it very, very clear to those Biafrans in Imo State that this man must not step his foot on the holy land of Biafra. And what are we going to do? I am specifically directing these to those who call themselves traditional custodians of our cultures and tradition. Those who call themselves Ndieze. If you address yourself as Onyeze in Imo State, make sure you do not show your face in any ceremony that is being organized by the quota system administrator in Imo State for the impostor in Asurok. If you are a PG, that is President General of Power Unions in Imo State, make sure that you do not show your face to any ceremony that the Supreme Court administrator in Imo State will be organizing for the impostor in Aso Rock. Make sure you do not show your face on that day. And for the for the generality of Biafrans, he will tell this man that land of Biafra belongs to us. The land of Biafra is the land of the ancients. The land of Biafra is our inheritance. And impostor Muhammad Buhari is not welcome in Biafra land. On this day, the 9th of September 2021, we shall lock down Biafra, and the whole of Biafra land shall be locked down. The whole of Biafra land shall be locked down on the 9th of September 2021. We must show Buhari that he cannot arrest, he cannot kidnap, he cannot rendition our leader Onyedumadi Namikano and keep him in the dungeon, underground dungeon of the DSS, and then want to come to our land to laugh at us and to urinate upon the grave of the brave heroes who stood for the life that we live this very day. 9th of September 2021 shall be, and is hereby declared, a sit-at-home day for the whole of Biafra land, and it shall be implemented. It shall be implemented. This, I'm making this that everybody should know now. Biafrans must understand that this man has nothing. He has nothing that he's looking for in our land. If after this broadcast, because we are going to shut down Biafra land on the 19th, and they postpone their jamboree, we will also, the day that he will come to Biafra land, to Imo State, we shall continue to lock down, even any day that he comes to Biafra land. Any day of Biafra land shall be the way we will declare a sit at home. This man cannot come to our land, and he is not welcome in our land. Therefore, I once again want to, make it very, very, very clear to our traditional custodians and those of them who are the president, especially in Imo State. Mark you this day, 6th of September 2021. Do not show your face. Do not show your face, even if they want to come the following day a day before this program to come and pick you up with their vehicles. Do not show your face on any event that is being held for the killer of our people, for the man who has arrested our leader, who is incarcerating him, who is not allowing our lawyers to visit him. We do not want to see him in Biafra land. If you try to become part of this, then of course you shall answer to the Biafran people. You shall answer to the Biafran people. The day of reckoning is gradually coming closer, and the quota system administrator in Imo State, the quota system administrator in Imo State, who has gone to Sokoto to be top man, and who is making some noise that he will force our women to marry Fulani people. We are waiting for you. I tell you now, the day of reckoning shall come. You shall answer to the Biafran people, and on that day, nobody will be able to save you. There is something that I need to speak tonight as well, and it is a concern to the leadership of IPOB. And that is this. we have suspended the weekly sit at home. The initial announcement of weekly, monthly sit at home by IPOB leadership, we have suspended it. Why am I saying this tonight? I am saying this tonight because the reports that we are receiving that people are destroying properties of Biafrans in the name of enforcing the Monday sit at home. These are not IPOB people. These are not IPOB family members. These are not ESN. We have not sent anybody to enforce the Monday weekly sit at home. We have not sent anybody. Therefore, anybody who is destroying properties that belong to Biafrans, you are on your own. And if the people decide to do anything to you, you are on your own. IPOB cannot and have nothing to do with that. I want to make this very clear. And like I said, we shall be informing Biafrans of the actions that we have lined up. And some of these actions may be like the one that we are going to have on the night of this month, being Thursday. Some of these actions may be, as situations develop, we will of course do what is needed to be done. And that is the reason why we are saying here this night. And I'm saying this night that Muhammad, the impostor in the name of Muhammad Buhari, is not welcome in Imo State. He is not welcome in Biafra land, and he better stay away from Biafra land. But Biafrans know how to deal with such people like you. Therefore, on the night, the day you will come, you will see it. Even if you come, you will see that Biafrans have rejected everything that has to do with the zoo. We have rejected the zoo 1,000,000 times more than 100 years back ago. And we will continue to reject it until we have established our sovereign and independent Biafran nation. What I have said about people who are going about destroying people's property, Biafrans must take note of this, because that nobody, we know the hands of the enemy who are working to find a way to stigmatize IPOB leadership. They are looking for a way to dent the image of this hallowed movement that only the Martin and the kind of put together. People, enemies are trying too hard to dent our image, but we cannot sit back. We cannot fold our hands and allow them to destroy what we have built with sweat and blood. Heaven will forbid, our ancestors will forbid it. In the land of Biafra will forbid them. We are still reading the Psalms, great Biafra. We are still reading the Psalms, and today is the 99th day of our Psalms reading. As our leader has each and every one of us in his prayers and thoughts, so also I am asking each and every one of us to continue in the reading of the Psalms, because it is drawing closer. It is drawing closer, and heaven shall be a witness that we did what is commanded of us. And our children and children's children, they shall tell the stories in the years to come, that these people, they came, and Chukwukabiama was with them, and Chukwukabiama is with us, and victory for us is a certain outcome to this struggle which we have embarked upon. I am also this evening reiterating and once again telling every principal officer, if you are IPOB principal servant, don't let yourself be deceived. Don't let yourself be deceived. It is my desire that all of you who have worked tenaciously, it is my hope that all of you principal servants and non-principal servants alike who have contributed your time, energy, ideas, and means in this struggle. It is my hope that all of you who have assiduously committed to be loyal to the leader of this great movement, that you do not allow yourself to be deceived by anyone. There is no coordinator who shall or who will take instructions if not from a coordinator of a higher rank. I am repeating this because by the time you will see yourself in a difficult situation and sanctions are beginning to be implemented, don't say that you were not warned. Don't say that you did not know. I have said it before. I am repeating it again. If you still have your loyalty to Onyendu, the leader of this movement, who is in charge of this very great movement, if you are loyal to him, you must follow orders. If you're not loyal to him, that is fine. That is your cup of tea. That is your prerogative. But you must step aside. Step aside from using IPOB as a cover. Step aside from answering a principal officer in IPOB, and you are at the liberty to pursue Biafra the way you desire, the way you wish, the way you want, the way you know how to. And of course, we will support you wholeheartedly. But under indigenous people of Biafra, if you are within this great family, if you are part of this great family, you must follow instructions, you must obey directives, and you must carry out your duty as you are expected to carry them out, because you are serving the Biafran people, and we do not have time for gossips that is going on everywhere on social media. That is not where you get your information. If anything is not clear to you as a principal servant, ask your next level superior. Ask your next level superior in the coordination hierarchy, and they will give you the answers you require. But if you feed yourself with junk and then you begin to go to your forums to disseminate these junks, you are not doing yourself any good, and you are not doing the people who are under you any good service at all. And we will not let you continue to deceive any of them. Therefore, I will not say exactly what will follow, but I am hoping that tonight and on this date, all of us will take advise ourselves properly. That all of us will advise ourselves properly. Wonderful and hard-working Biafrans, I commend all of you for your tenacity so far. I commend all of you for your commitment. In fact, I commend many of you for your words of encouragement. Many of you have given us your words of encouragement as we face this difficult time together. I want to let you know that those words of encouragement, those prayers that you have been praying for us, they are really, really coming handy for us. And I wish to ask you to continue in that path, because our objective is before us. And we all know that our objective, that immediate objective that we have today at this moment is that Oyendu, our leader, must be released unconditionally. Oyendu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, must be released sooner than later so that he shall continue on the path to the restoration of the kingdom of Chukwuabiama on earth. Biafra for us is not just a name. Biafra is our identity. Biafra is our heritage. And of course, Biafra is a religion to most of us. And it is only Chukwuabiama who alone is worthy of praise and worship, Elohim, the Almighty Creator. It is only to Him that we bow down our heads, and unto Him we kneel and bow our knees. Into His hand I commit our leader Nnamdi Nnamdi Kanu. May Chukwuabiama hasten that he will rejoin us sooner than later. May Chukwuabiama strengthen him. May Chukwuabiama cover him under his protective wings and grant him wisdom as he granted Solomon. And upon all of us who are standing in for him at this very moment, I also ask Chukwuokike to grant us wisdom to do what is right. I ask Chukwuokike to grant us wisdom to walk in truth and in all honesty according to the oath we have taken for this struggle. And I ask Chukwuokike to guide our feet properly and lighten our paths, that we may lead the Biafran people in all truth, in all honesty, towards the restoration of our sovereign nation, Biafra. I wish to say from me, from here, thank you, great Biafrans, and good night to all of you. Thank you.
Listen to Focus on Africa on the BBC World Service. I'm Paul Bachwinger. To Kenya now, where a legal team acting for the leader of the Nigerian separatist movement, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, have filed a constitutional petition at the High Court in Nairobi. They want the Kenyans. I'm Paul Bachwinger. To Kenya now, where a legal team acting for the leader of the Nigerian separatist movement, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, have filed a constitutional petition at the High Court in Nairobi. They want the Kenyans. I'm Paul Bachwinger. To Kenya now, where a legal team acting for the leader of the Nigerian separatist movement, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, have filed a constitutional petition at the High Court in Nairobi. They want the Kenyans. I'm Paul Bachwinger. To Kenya now, where a legal team acting for the leader of the Nigerian separatist movement, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, have filed a constitutional petition at the High Court in Nairobi. They want the Kenyans. I'm Paul Bachwinger. To Kenya now, where a legal team acting for the leader of the Nigerian separatist movement, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, have filed a constitutional petition at the High Court in Nairobi. They want the Kenyans. I'm Paul Bachwinger. To Kenya now, where a legal team acting for the leader of the Nigerian separatist movement, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, have filed a constitutional petition at the High Court in Nairobi. They want the Kenya. To Kenya now, where a legal team acting for the leader of the Nigerian separatist movement, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, have filed a constitutional petition at the High Court in Nairobi. They want the Kenyan government.
one
Mbakana ya moso moso yana
Greetings. Listening live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. We are coming to you through Radio Biafra London and IPUB Community Radio, directed by our leader, His Excellency Mazi Nnamdi Okuchukwu. My name is Mazi Chukwemeka. Today is December the 20th, 2023. As you know, we have the Ngwa people coming today. They will be with us. And, in spite of that, our normal analysis will take place. Tomorrow, Lekina will be with us, and now wait till they happen. Be the program. It was a little bit hectic today trying to get on the air, so bear with me if the volume is not loud. I dropped the mic, and I don't want to be moving it around, so that's what happens. It hit the table. Let's look at the news. We tell our people to come out and speak. We always tell them to speak. When you speak, people will hear you. And it depends on the people speaking. Those that are supposed to speak are not speaking. Regardless of the condition of things, no matter that we don't have confidence in most of them, but there are some of them, when they come out to speak, you listen. I was surprised that Bianco Juku spoke out about our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's release. There are people in Biafra land that should speak. Politics is no longer a viable option. Politics is no longer a viable option because this is what they use to destroy us. There was a posting somebody made, and I looked at it. It made sense to me. It made sense. I kept looking at this thing and I said, well, that is the injustice perpetrated against Biafrans. And these are the things that when they happen, people should start speaking. Ndubo should start to speak. Resist. And be very, very forceful when you say things. You don't go like you're begging. If somebody is doing you wrong, and you're acting like you cannot talk to the person. When you present such a behavior, that means you are afraid. Bianca Ojukwu spoke, and honestly, I'm proud of her that she came out and spoke. Where are the rest of the people? It is the repetition of what you say. We come on Radio Biafra every day to repeat, to say things the same way you should do it. Come out and say it very emphatically that these are the things that need to be done. What was it that I was saying? There was something somebody sent me, and I looked at it. It had to deal with the way Biafrans are treated. Our lives are very much expendable. They mean nothing. Do away with the lives of Biafrans. Nothing will happen. Do away with their lives, nothing will happen. Let me bring it back to you, and let's revisit that tragic event. It's like yesterday, but we've all forgotten. 18 years plus since 5 Igbo traders, along with their female friend, were brutally murdered in cold blood by men of the Nigerian police force, led by then DCP Danjuma Ibrahim at the police checkpoint in Gimbiya Street, Area 11, at Gariki, Abuja. The 5 Igbo traders were Ifeanyi Ozo, Chinedu Meniru, Anthony Nwokike, Paulinus Ogbonna, Ekene Isaac Mgbe, and Augustina Arebu, the only female victim and fiancée to Ifeanyi Ozo. What happened? They were shot dead because the DCP Danjuma made a romantic advance to the only lady among them, Augustina Arebu, at an evening gathering, which she turned down. Let me give you a little bit more rundown on the tragic incident. That was a minor disagreement. So, being a police officer, top officer, he led ambush for them. When the 6 were driving and got to the checkpoint, Danjuma blocked them with his vehicle and ordered the junior policemen on duty to open fire on them. Obey the last order. Danjuma shouted, "Shoot them! Shoot them!" They refused my advances. The junior policemen obeyed the last order and rained bullets on the innocent traders. Were there trials? Yeah. What kind of trial? Fake. Danjuma today is still running around exonerated, not reprimanded. Mazen Nandekano did not kill anybody. He's being yo-yoed around from one court to the other. The lives of those expended, those Biafrans, meant nothing. And you see the way they are doing it. You can kill Biafrans, nobody will ask questions. Nothing will happen. When they said very, very confidently that they will kill you and nothing will happen. They are killing us and nothing is happening. Why? Because one underlying factor is that we don't speak. We don't question. We don't challenge. Because they might kill us. Are they not killing us? They are. Speak, you die. Don't speak, you die. So, which is more beneficial to you? Speak so that the world will hear you. You're worse off when you don't speak. Nobody will hear you. It's like incident when things happen in our place, we say, who did you tell? When something happens, say, Ogwapranonye. Who did you tell? You are afraid to talk. Are we not being killed? Now, the six, the Biafran that was amongst them died mysteriously. Because him, knowing that he's a Biafran, testified in the first case. Sunday night, that will lead to Monday court case, he mysteriously died. He mysteriously died. They poisoned him. The judicial findings set up by a passenger find them guilty. However, both the administrative panel and of inquiry set up by the police and the Judicial Commission by federal passenger established that DCP Danjuma led other officers and men in the killing of 6 Biafrans. That the car they used was driven by one of the dead 6 traders. And that they buried the corpses of the 6 deceased persons in 2 shallow graves at Utiko. At the first point of contact between the police and the deceased persons, Dimbia Street, Abuja. Not all the deceased persons died there. No shooting came from the car. The only female occupant of the 406 car, Tina Arebu, was strangled to death by Danjuma Ibrahim and Dennis Sawa. The 2 locally made pesos, 2 live cartridges, 2 expended cartridges, cutlass and daggers allegedly found in the Peugeot were planted by the runaway DPO, Gaki police station, Ottoman Abdul Salam. Where is Danjuma? He's here. And they planted guns and bullets in the car, and then to say that the 6 were robbers. But they got those the gun from the armorer. Um, 4 years ago, Justice Bello of the Federal High Court, Abuja, sentenced 2 junior police men to death for the death. But the same court said that there was no ample evidence. You know, You see, it's very funny. No evidence for them to kill the other ones, and it's a pity. It is a pity that such things took place. You see, Abdul Salam was kept pending his day in court. He left his cell one morning to go up and pray and disappeared. Nobody knows where his whereabouts as we speak. Nobody knows his whereabouts. So those that they sentenced, legal experts say that the court on the matter can be appealed, but it is only the Attorney General of the Federation, Abdul Malam, that can appeal. But Malami never did that. Endless search for justice for Biafrans. They kill you, and they will tell you that they don't have any evidence to convict the senior officer. How do you think they're going to convict him? They have all the evidence, but there is no evidence. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was not treated justifiably. The court system, the police, the army, they all did wrong. There's no reason why those should be revoked. All this and all that. Do you see the similarities? But at the same time, they say go back to the court. Biafrans. When are you going to understand that with you, there's no justice? And that brings me back to another one where people were being duped by traders, Fulani traders, chipping people of their merchants. I mean their purchases, the food items they purchased, they took them. But if it is an Igbo man, they'll tell you Igbo people are crook. They are crooks. That's all they do. Nothing of an Igbo person, the same offense committed by other races, they are no offense. At least they find a way to exonerate them. They find a way to free them. But if it's an Igbo man, you are the worst criminal on the surface of the earth. But why are we not defending those accusations? Why are we not defending ourselves? You see, it is the same circle of inability to stand for our rights. That's a common trait. Inability to stand and defend ourselves. You see the repercussion. You see the fallout. These are the consequences. When we see things and we keep blind eye, like it does not concern us, it definitely concerns us. Those things are issues that we must deal with. You don't keep quiet and say it does not concern you. Yes, it does. They are primary issues. They are serious issues that must be dealt with. You don't just wash them off and you expect them to correct themselves. No, you are the ones that will do the corrections. You are the ones that will stand and defend yourself and defend your family and defend the generation to come. When they defend themselves, why are they defending themselves? Because they know that this is a cold, cruel world. If their lives are so valuable, why is yours expendable? Why is yours less valuable? Because you don't defend yourself. You don't talk. You are afraid to die. Dan Olasi was speaking the other day, and I listened to him, and he made his point. How many of the Dan Olasis do we have that spoke? Now Bianca is speaking. Where are the rest of them? They are not speaking. They are quiet. They are all politically drunk. How much they are going to make? How much the federal government is going to pay them? All we do is sit down and watch. There come a point when we lag behind in fighting for our freedom, when we lag behind in standing for our right, when we lag behind in protecting our children. The time is almost near when nobody will count us as people that are determined to be free and not to be enslaved. Rather, we are encouraging slavery. We are offering ourselves to be enslaved in perpetuity. But we claim to be whatever we claim to be. But when you don't have any kind of respect, your woman in your presence was approached without respect by a Fulani man because he has gone, he's a policeman. He approached your fiancé, and at the end of it, as a result of that, being turned down gave a reason why innocent six traders lost their lives. That crime is very, very heinous, deserves no cover-up. They've covered it up. How many people? Where were those that you see? Nobody speaks for Biafrans from all levels except few. When I say nobody, it's in the majority. Not that there's nobody talking. And these are 2 or 3 people speaking in a number of millions. Those that have the clout to speak and defend you're not hearing their voice. Their voices are nowhere to be heard. Amazing Nnamdi Kanu came speaking. Speak, you die. Don't speak, you die. That principle still exists. Now, Who is speaking for Ali Damazin Namdekan? IPOB, the US. And this is why they make sure that they silence IPOB. This is why they make sure anything concerning IPOB is a no-go area. They are crying. They are sweating profusely. They are agonizing that Radio Biafra stay there. Where is Lai Mohammed? After all his fights, after all the amount he wasted, Biafrans are still here. What does that tell you? When you have come after Biafrans that have done nothing, does it not occur to you that if you let Biafra go, you will benefit immensely from their freedom? No, they are blind. They cannot see that. Their minds are blocked. They cannot see any benefit. All they see is kill, kill, kill. And when you come out to speak, they arrest you. Now, Mazin Namdekan, they've been keeping him in jail. Why must he be with the DSS? It's more to be desired. We desire to know why he must be with the DSS. Not even that they are holding him. For the fact that he is there tells you that there is something sinister taking place. DSS are turned into prison yard. All our missing Biafrans are in Abuja. They arrest you in Umunede, you go to Abuja. They arrest you at Oba Junction, you go to Abuja. They arrest you at Amapu, you go to Abuja. They arrest you at Olo, you go to Abuja. They arrest you at Ebu, you go to Abuja. Abuja is the collection center for Biafrans. And that is where they harvest their organs and airlift them abroad. Why is it that most of those people sent to Abuja, you never hear from them again? Why? Well, you killed over 5 million people. Our lives are very simple, useless. I mean, no regards for our lives. Therefore, just plug the lives out of us and then put them in the ice box, fly them overseas. See the number of people they are taking. See the number of unaccountable, missing Biafrans, unaccounted for. Where are they? You saw these mummified remains, the skeletal remains of Biafrans being thrown around like a plastic toys. Nobody spoke. Nobody set up inquiries. Nobody demanded for accountability. What do you think will happen? More of these will continue to happen. Don't talk. Basaram. Well, the skeletal remains of those that they killed, were they speaking? Were they speaking? Wouldn't it have been better that they were speaking? Then we know why they were killed, why they eliminated their lives. At least they would have been able to convince some souls. They died quietly. Likewise, what is happening in Lagos? Properties destroyed. Properties of Biafrans destroyed. Who is speaking? Nobody. And those that are in a position to speak are just not saying anything. But they come up to say we are representatives of Ndibo. They shamelessly claim to be who they are not. Any day we stop betraying our own, any day we stop sabotaging ourselves, any day we wake up to recognize who we are, that is the day Ndibo will start to exist. As of now, they don't exist. And if no action is taken, whatever that remains of Ndibo will disappear. And when we say things, people say, I like the phrase, it will never happen. And nothing we say that is a fact, according to them. It will never happen. Then which one do you belong to? You belong to the zoo. And what is the outcome? You are crying. Ihe ndị a na-eme anyị. Ihe ndị a na-eme anyị. It is of your own making. You have refused. You have refused to listen. Mazi Bright is waiting. I'll let him in, and after that, we'll go to the court. Mazi, go ahead. And, you can log in. These are the things that we go through. We cannot keep quiet, and all these atrocities will continue to be perpetrated against us. It's not doing us any good. It will not do us any good. It is not going to do us any good. It did us no good. So I don't care which way you put it. I don't care how you try to spin it. It is obvious we are not benefiting from being around this contraption called Nigeria. We are not benefiting from it. Mazindewo.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Alaeze ndị mmadụ ị ga-eti ndị ka anyị ndị anyị jụrụ anabata ndị mmadụ anabata ụmụnne anyị n'ụbọchị taa kwa mgbe ụbọchị akara aka ebe ọ bụla ọnọdụ ego anyị na-esi gị ndị Igbo dịka anyị anabata ikpuru ibe ụmụnne Igbo ndị ọdụ na anyị eru n'oche anyị bịa adịkwala mmadụ aka agụ ugbo nobody got it in the guy and they will as much as I will the massive land is charging much time body and the common Kinabogas condemn on a review Biafra, and on a review Biafra Macheta, Malas, Yamaha, Audit, Mamara, Alizim, Imablin, Pamo, Abale, Limawi in a boy, La Fam 2023. Imablin again, Amala FM, Amala Community Radio, and in a Matai, that's again day. Kena mungkin condemn wana radio Biafra mas bright lagi de malon sen nang ada yang do pamula ta mungkin da duani ane dena batai ne sing no shiki mungkin du halai utudu ya ga no nyane mana malen deka ho monitor tiri anyo itiya ni bombo zemozo Biafra ndio hadi mikle majini bombo lo da no wa no bachita asingo tutu ma ehi ma abali ma asong bachita maragama yamaragama for maragama ko maragama ki maragama lo aya no machalo la ni bada maragama ada mi ke no Biafra lile all the members of IPOP directorate of states monugo monita all the presenters media warriors USN no we should be temple baka iman lamar balam mama deja bako ni aslo pala ko mare ko jemadi ko panan maya baglu ko shi jika yande ko ko bangare dari mikro monna ile te jukata ko ijana da gaga asmo no bla jishiki unya da namba ozi bilem de gara se kwa onye ndwa ma sinna bekani onye ndo na kwichi se kama jishin ko odigi izi ndị ngwa anyị si na ọgbọ Ahmad Mabuto Ojebo Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ọrụ ndị ngwa anyị ga-agbasịla lọrị ka mai tretre oji ala mmemme niile mmemme ga-abịa ma engụba ya someone like him can never be true anyị enweghị ya agwọ naanị ya my happiness will have with Maazị Nnamdi Kanu our people enwetụla obi sie ike or with a strong mind. Thereby, I have been a guy will like a we get where we are heading to and in area. When they go find which today. When it's like hanging the maggie, shining wish yet ye wish. But they grew had 3 bones and more on the friend the woman. Along one day, we look embarrassing as an avocado or not to Umunani lende de kwado gadulo. The guy he joined Umunani the Christian member Idris as a way Paduana, Ugarulo. Wabala Marotolino. Nare to wine a lot of one bow. Mari Kurumi Molili Baru soon, but a time I will go Maritama. They go to the Macogani, Adam Mapioso, no, any legang gum. The reason why you see us here every time we come here to do 1 or 2 presentations, it is something that we have determined. That does not mean that we do have times all time. When that time is approaching, if you go up like again, just say a quarter, or they easy. That is why they make a one night that making out their time and keeping this radio burning. The radio is burning. The radio is heating. The radio is wax. Yes, or they easy. And I say on ever a radio they I make a woman nine. Sunday Kajishini Kilo Harin Dimaruane. And I didn't take it. That is why we need to be very, very consistency. Consistency matters in whatever we are doing. I didn't make a man lily. So no Blajishini, no Mohana, I didn't take it. Mara someone nine another Lambalolua or to your 3 days. And I also I mean saw that Kiwi, I didn't know. But I had a go get a magician cool. Because I gave money in medical in the same way. So the link and one day I saw is a cuckoo Kikabiama. My little long one them only buzz. One other table. And my little long is seeing tender. A buying little of Landula is sinking and Chikwamana Buchito Maggie. Indira in a Habaramba, but it could make a more in the way she. I do a sofala, I do a bamboo lady chichi. The could make a more in the way she. I'm a more sugar and go ahead. The Kulatan and dear woman. The call you about to 1 9 day, Larry Hayward lady was really zooming. Not traveling the Maca. He got in to 12 hours. The body tomato, when you met to lobby, you will like a woman that all Gunda. Makuba, hotel that they regraph, the modern dollar was Nigeria. I got a conquering shake. Mother soon is on me. Jepaya Madubai. The water wall. AG Onishin's of Taranogo. The one 3 Chora, when you zoom me to one. Namtitawala seeking the most London sheep, one on Lomana. Autobari Rode. 90 I was sailing in the to fighting for Farah, Femalo to the Drani. Duranigawa, Makanai almost 9 when I was in a Bama. The man I know Limia. Then be like everybody had about Makanai and Abon's bag and Mutuki Marasi, Chikwani. The guy gave and now they have for that finally claiming the most in getting Mara says in the season, which is time like to one one. And you borrow Sadwani, the big bars of Nana House of Mutuku Cambiam, Montana in Ghibli, but I call it no garden. Send me for everybody, baby. Kanya de make the man the quick the woman and the nigga Wega Abuja and what she say Ngaraga. That was on 15th. I didn't make a woman 9 they go to Gadeba. I'm going to tell him until when did they be alive. I'm going to tell him until when did I got Lalibo. Ndị dị mkpa wee adị ndị wee kwesịrị ịnọ anya ọnọdụ ekwebere nọgharị dịka anyị mere ka anyị mata na our elderly father la dọrọla n'ihu ọrụ gaa ije ya kwuo okwu ya mbụ the former Anambra State Governor Chukwuemeka Ezeife na nke mmadụ afọ ụbọchị ehihie onye ndu daji ụlọ ikpe adịghị m chọrọ ịka nga before ya nwụọ ka o soro ndị rịọrọ arịrịọ si ma hafụ nwanna m ya kpọrọ nna m rekarị mgbe ya wee onye ọrụ ọkụ nna n'ukwu something is it nwa eze ọrụ onye dị yes agwarịta dị ma dị ka ọdụkwa nsị jubili something is happening, but in the Canada, this elderly man. Let me make it clear here. I got him down. Now on this game you see, Honest has lost their one of their. George Biozo. Ndị mkpa awa amụchiala adị ndị Hebrew based on their commitments. But let me tell you the date of these two people from Anambra. Leana mgbedi mkpa nọ. Ya just nwoke dị ndụ. Ndụ ọdụ abịghị ụlọ ọmara enweghị ndị ọda chọsị bụ dọsịbọ ike iji ichichela ndị ọdụ sọmụ beburu ya. These two elderly fathers ndị nwere Anambra people don't want to do actually okwu adịghị wee chọọ ileba anya otu these elderly people ji nwụọ. Their mate is still alive. These people are not like this nwụọ. Adịghị m na-eche ka these people something came. Now, of echiche do ọtụtụ gị n'ọla ala Igbo n'ọtụtụ gị n'ọla Nigeria anyị okwu anyị agaghị ige a ga-enweta anyị asị ndị dị mkpa ọ fọtara anyị ndị ọtụ eji n'adịkwa ihe eji anyị kpọọ ala Nigeria ile anyị nke iji ihiri laka anyị the day I could remember the former Anambra governor the day I got caught they were not outside nwoke ahụ nkuzi ọtọ ndị mmadụ gara aga ebute oche wekpo. He was one of them. What intimidation are the man of elderly fathers la live? And when you came and do that is why you see these people. They hear the chief that the Udika Upano Kwesera Apani, I did my name Donovan and then on those women and do. You told you like indeed, and we came the one who my group. Ndị Igbo n'ụlọ ahịa ihe ubi n'oge ọjọọ si na ọ gara mmadụ adị ndụ adị ụkpara ma ọ bụrụ agara ịnọ. This is all these things. This is one of the Erica. In the guys Lamar and non drunk dog. That is why you see the way of the and all this is mgbe ndị na ọ ga-ebido ime adịghị ha kpọrọ now it has come into something. Mgbe kwesịrị bụ ọgwụ ndị ahụ anya adịghị ha kpọrọ ụfọdụ egbere dị ego politics ụfọdụ egbere dị ala ego now it has come in a half in Igbo land. Ndị ka anyị achọrọ ịma people are busy collecting money on it but ha dị ndị ọ na-efe ụfụla mkpụrụ oke ha dị ndị ọ dị ndị Kumilo la Igwe, what quality Kumilo.
How can you tell me that this elderly man in Nolali won't say, oh, to our line, you come and the Lali aggregate the honor, okay, per se, but how can they neglect for Nigeria? They are being neglected. Are they? I don't know. Why they do hard work? Because they tell them as people they with conscience. They will tell them Jason na making a okay. No working a what? What they will compare your contractors. Oh, no, they might go level will I leave, not take him. No, La Libu, Long I didn't have a whisky gauge. I remember come okay. They have a whisky, they have a whisky. Who are they going to know? They had a whisky, who are they going to know? They had a whisky. Who is the other? I didn't talk and then. Excuse me. I didn't talk and then I didn't hear you call La Libu. La Libu, Nigeria, I say, that is because of what it says. You see these people who group your job. Oh, why? I don't let him leave me through the down. Who is Buhari? The big Malala, the cap, the possible. When you job like, but here, I'm on the can is their son. We are money, we are money in the island. But they have been neglected. They have been taken granted. Okay, and I'm going and if you could say, oh, I'm or whatever, I give it to this kind of people. I want the guy in concert, but I'm I didn't have a way. Imagine, listen, as these people are dying, let me tell you what is happening in spiritual realm. I didn't know I have one because I'm on the much problem now. They cause some people are able, and they are going to be receiving the heat very soon. God, I mark my word. God gave it to him. Somebody, it's a no. It was said that where I'm you must engage in this. India, they got a war target. I can't wait. Game, I didn't hate your book. You put Chagela, they got a Kata. Cap Kiji, Cap, just Cap Giga, who potential. Easy, I lose it. Why not? So then that let's leave the Kaya no man. Him intimate Matabla. I didn't pay you the Kaya no. You see all these politicians, you didn't get into my bone or now my home. Only because of fake. Only real boom. Only real boom. Nigeria, I can do. Only real boom. Nariga, I can do. It will be by fire so much very soon. Because I didn't give him a gay book once and a half for you. I really change again, they hate that taker. I didn't the guys him as local. This was saying a book I want to log at that is what I want to let you know. This man, then I'll get him with man. Do tag with no any one I'll pull out that him but the way I want to I got a single from the week. How can they what is their joy? Lali Nagi Balon, I want you how they just won't be brilliant. He can secretly commit suicide. Oh, we can't really without him. Lock a man for working a day for him. They don't consider it's not. Game on all card. Imagine it didn't only know the vendor they gave my name. That is the cause of what this is now. Obviously, the matter to these people are the food. And the guy is not you are these people you are fighting issue. I am the team to man. Then you are fighting issue. I'm not talking for only or less than the bomb. That one day, no one will go back. But I'm talking of Chief Mabis and Ezife from my number. Because I've been watching their effort. Okay, what do you expect? Did he not respect the board? Mgbe n'ikpe nọdụ n'obodo, okwu emere respect tikpo gị taa ya mgbawa okwu ịmara ikwesịrị ikwe ya adịghị isite ọjọọ mmadụ adịghị ndụ ede dị ụlọ ọ maara gị n'ihi ịsụta ọkwe gị nọ adịghị ndị ụmụ okorobịa gị matara aka adịghị ha ga-esiri kpaghee onye n'otu na ọka mara efu ole n'ụwa. That is the anger of these people. Ehiwepụ aka na isi eji obi ọjọọ na obi ofu nwụọ ladịkwa ha onwe letọrọ onye ije ije ịga ga-ekwuchite ọrụ ndị Igbo ịga ndị Igbo dị eweziwa agalọ sọsije they became obi ọjọọ ya bịa wee late level wasị mba nọ adịkwana ụdị uru mba uru dị m dị uru ọbara because anọtara na ndị adịkwa at their age and everything anọkọkwanye ka adata bụ ego ha nọ ga-abụ wepụ ọnụ ụkwụ ọbụla afọ tinye ọnụ na ya akacha nata. But adịghị ejikwa n'ala Igbo ọ bụrụ na ọhụụ na-abụ ọ bụrụ na-abụ ndị ọrụkwa so Igbo man n'ala Igbo do we have prominent men anyị nweta oge ịga ije n'egwu ugwu gata ehe anyị enweghị gịnị mere onye orukpọrọ onwe mmụọ ọ bụ ndị ka anyị mgbe adịghị iche onye orukpọrọ onwe mmụọ igwe n'ụtụtụ mebie ahụ ịmara imeji elu gaghị asị nje nye nsogbu anyị nji aka anyị zụrụ agịdị mebiri emebi ndị ka anyị si na onye aka lekọtarịta mmadụ agara mmanụ ọdụ ịtụ onwe ya ịkpọrọ si ihe mere mmanụ ọgbọgbọ dị mma abụghị n'ọla ala Igbo o mebiela bụla o mebiela adịkwa ihe ndị ugwu ji ụlọ kpọrọ na ọdụ ụdị ihe ị chọrọ ime. That is why you see our men, our fathers. Because say no, I ga China agaga so le go time jigaba. Because say when I consult to this man agaga Abuja. Gaira Abuja. What they enjoy enjoy. That's heke no pugere. Na heke no the demon ngam den loka na ma wala. Heke na de ngam den. Ọka mala mwa wala mala mbeke na dem kana heke ni mamu ngamdel me hela ke moye ba plan ga wa kuja umum bashi adu ba ga wa program me polo sunu ko ya mwa mu ma ko la mara la ga ko wa una ajo ba to ko ko me do tu le anya e ibo ni pa mo ti ni ibe ka ba dai ila lo you think about it. Did we take care for granted? You think about it. This is what is the cause of all these things. But I need to maybe. Most of the times there are things we call not why is going to be something. I behind this like horrible. But you can do more to the other. You might to play the money. That's the problem I did when I did with that. You see, the Indoro Gigi only case I in Ghana. But Obu left for that man, only region left for Abuja. Everybody full of war. Everybody full of war. Half of one. Yeah, and yeah, I got to get a while. Okay, that's what we told her. Oh, simply walk on for it. Okay, we both do that. I got a video come up on one. Okay, so matter. Most of la Maruna get come. I didn't put your yard to Oniga Palega, any level. Yaku talk. Gigi, do you want to be so? I did what to a number of cigar in Boya. And you know, probably will. If you want to a number, say I got to work. ma ọ ga na mmadụ apịgbuo ihe gwe n'aka ya si Chineke gbere ndụ mmeri ya n'ụwa. That's it. Because in London, I don't remember the it is better you God will die. I'm a black boy, I got messing his soul recipe because of you for your man. If the man is doing your man, what I messing his soul, the man is your so anybody saying that he's soul recipe, the person will only believe it because the man, you always mean me, the man only gets a couple years ago, only you are only during the work of Cecil, what in the work is if you come exactly the time you think that like he's wrong the rest. Never. That is a mistake that people normally do at times. Somebody who died, only man, no, the soul will continue to be moving. All I hear about that, just some people is your Muslim. His soul can never rest. His soul can never rest. So we don't say that our the soul of our late father is the man go and verify that you is a him now, but you so Mama you can't say me his soul rest in peace. You will not understand. But I'm you. So as long as someone that man is concerned, you don't expect his soul to rest in peace. Like I don't that is the thing. But our people will not think of this. I think they can't get direction now. This is how I'm going to want to pray for the Monday for our fish. They go to your down fish. They get the go to your down fish. Deep I gave when so I got you clear. I didn't want to go to a guy. Yes, and more than one color. Deep I gave on of it. Young rich and white, that's why I tell you talk. Look, I know now, like how they know what. It can't use it. I didn't know that. Deep Madam. If we made the head child, yes, I will to the child. Name will call. We guide the walk at the modest and I have 4 times to your child. You say the color is somehow. You don't say that the color is white. Don't told you know. That is life. There are so many so-called before we can respect, we can call others like today. We doing I chapel 12% because when we tell about the last one that trouble. Some of you are able. And you only can stand in the so in this long leaders they are a bunch of criminals in going. Full and Fulani knows that. So they hardly give money on I see people, but I don't want to money they want. And I'm the cabinet one very long only 3. Another guy they could issue for that was so little now. We are not to talk now. One volume of no film and only one came. That forget about what God is saying. What are you saying about God? Discharge with them. They only demonstrate the men account. People that are brain behind it. Then we come back 3 days before this court. I got somebody sent this stupid guy, someone Master Chineke. I need see what is happening? Who are the brain behind all these things? They even expect the court to. They only the court to do. I tell him, they only join. So only the person trying Nigeria again. Give up. Is it not the same to this? Most attempts are people persuading me. I apply the wisdom. All the men now, yellow Puma, coffee lady, yellow Puma. However, I like him. Yellow Puma. Undo woody me, undo the man, undo. They one hour. A man will not collect a better tomorrow. When I collect the tomorrow to you don't know. You think he didn't know the Kalimani didn't know because your generation cannot relax in a living. I'm a don't know. Get how do you even with them? Okay, Ziggy or the happy one need him mad with man. All of you that are brain behind it, how much alone? No, a person that know the way they hold in the water, seen people where they hold. Other way to go. Try killing. Imagine. How do this hello thing came out of the way? What are this? This demon in a demon. How many politicians now are fighting against Boko Haram or bandits? Look at the way bandits are killing our people. I don't know whether they kidnap them or fishy. None of them has stopped. Who won't know but the guy him later age on I people years and now I will this is madness now. All of you somebody for social media will only you say let me create that the rule of ESN is coming to that all of them was killed. Hey, but we are one. Let me create opening the potentially man for the one thing we must state. For that. See, let the whole ESM members, no community, let me create a bullshit, la the name she travel. I say, he can agree. We do la even king to go no taro. Ndu bole mo ndo femanole legi enu to go no taro. Ndu bwehila obodo papa aligo they kidnap man. Again you buka. Ade politician get condemn me. Someone na get condemn me. But nani like when that's taga oga no chika unle lan umunne pa tadi aga no ta ko undi kunu suari mi. Beautiful la hayi di mo mon nanye ndi akwale de lo ta ka mara te mende we ha mon okwi mo akwale uche. You want your others to be killed. This in the woman nine. Ndu wole di ge woman ubola le di le so ga di woman na we ndi pa wojo. Gide me premozo wada abate busho mon nani gitere de la save. Ehege ma do ne gi hozuna. I have all Indiana. One job I connected them at him gaily. Was okay, you would see. I didn't beg them at Yagan on Nash. One job get to them at him also gaily because we don't like him also gaily. You want you make sure that your brothers was killed. I didn't want to have food. I didn't want to have away. I didn't business. I don't need a way. So I will go. Just he resides woman like and they ubu. He's a woman now. Chinekele. Wale. Audio go. Obanala Ali will get him dinner. He would be in the wooden daughter. Ndubu amante yama. Ijikwada no DJ sindi na no na otu mulona. Oteju de me no to gba ejide. Somebody me perono. Many IPO feminist. Ishi afọ ugbo gbaye. afọ ugbo heavy ugbo afọ gị wụsị asị afọ gị ewu bụ heavy ugbo afọ gị nwere ayịkwa ihe gị n'ụlọ ahụ ọ ga-eri n'ọnụ gị gatụrụ shefushi ya you die. Ndị na-eji na minista ọ bụ ndị ohi ndị kpara agwa ndị dị izu ohi ndị ha ọjọọ anyị mere ndị na-ezo nwere onwe je nye nwa ministri ndị na-eji na minista ọ bụ ndị na-eji ndị dị ma ọ bụ referendum. You see otu ndị Igbo anyị ndị anyị kpọrọ ndị oke mmadụ lisin eji mma agbasa somebody sị oke mmadụ hapụ ịkpa agwa oke mmadụ kpọ agwa nwatakịrị ọkpụkpọ oke mmadụ n'anya m adịkwa m ịhụ eji ahụ adịghị m ga-ihe m ejisi akpọ oke mmadụ bụ agwa n'ọnụ ime otu ijide ekwu oke mmadụ. Listen, the time a na-asị elder bụ age. Let me make this declaration here. Eldership oke mmadụ is no longer age again. It is something you can offer to the society. That is what makes you an elder man. Ana m ikwu ya nọ n'ọbụla dị ede ọ bụghị m ka ịchọrọ ịfụta claim onye bụ elder ọ bụ omume na ogbugbo ụgwọ ọrụ ọ bụla age oge ndị ka anyị sọ n'ọbụla asụmọbụ takịrị kpama akwa ihe soro ndị oke mmadụ rie nri bụta bụ oke mmadụ kpama akwa ya nọ n'etiti ụmụ okorobịa gara nwa aga kpuchie papa a na-agawala wele ụgbọgba ahụ kpuchie papa maka na iwe ezigbo oke mmadụ ọ bụ oke mmadụ ka ọ na nnụnụ oke mmadụ ga-nọ n'ụlọ iwe amụọ n'elu nri. That is no longer those elders can never be accepted in our land again because ndị ọzọ we can accept or tolerate of those elders again because all of ndị bụ ụmụ they are those who selling their kids. All the ndị nna sị na mmanwụ agaghị ka stupid elders we can respect you in Igbo land again. Anyị enweghị ike ikwu ihe otu ngwugwu n'ala Igbo again. Nwoke gị na age of 85 to 90 gị chọwa ala igiri ije megere. At the age of 60 to 70, get that job bribe again, and you megre. At that your age, in our bribe. If we zo we get you, change your mother, the ball of you, you will talk on you know. That's what I'm on. Okay, my days, your castle. If you look at it, there when the castle, there will I live. Without what the man alive, what the woman that create, then why is small deep but one way carries on a career for some. Or two lemon won't carry side you can for some. He gives you oke mmadụ okwu ya bịa na mmezu ịga ọfọ ya ere mbụ oke mmadụ njọ ọnụ ojiri igbo ọnụ iji agbapụ igwere dị ekwozi okwu ọ bịa bụ igbo n'ọfọ ya ere ọ bụ oke mmadụ na-asa asị ịga ọfọ it can never allow it can't work. Na mgbe nke nwe eziokwu ịchọrọ ihe oke mmadụ mara mmụọ mara anụ arụ ike osi dị eme ihe ziri ezi ọ bịa ngụlọ igbo bụ ndị chi ịga ọfọ ya ere maka ụfọdụ ha nọ onye iji akpọkpọ igwe ọnọdụ chachi igwe bịa go for somebody who told you that who does that onye nwere ọka ire who does that isa oke mmadụ respect enekwere mbụla ịbụ oke mmadụ onye na nnụnụ ịbụkwa nkoto oke mmadụ onye na nnụnụ mbụ. That is all the oke mmadụ ndị enwere n'ala Igbo ndị oke mmadụ onye na nnụnụ anyị nwere n'ala Igbo anyị enweghị ezigbo oke mmadụ anyị nwere mbụ oke mmadụ onye na nnụnụ ọ bụ onye listen iji all these people we call elders you have to trace their life history when they were young. Mana ọ dịka ebe a dịkwa akpa akpọrọ ụmụ okorobịa because aka Igbo ji ya mere nka oke mmadụ adị ikwu okwu ya bụ oke mmadụ mbụ ịgakwuje ya gbate bụ izugbo oke mmadụ na-atụ asị ọkụkọ mmadụ mbụ ịgakwuje dịkpọrọ ya aza ala nọ n'isi diplomata nga ya si ịmala ọba ala eji ọfọ ya si beta achọrọ m igbere ala ahụ aga m inye ego ya bụ chitasma nwaanyị n'ọbụ nna mgbede arịa ya si nwa nsogbu adịghị nke a bụkpa ji igbere ego nye oke mmadụ abịa bịa nọ tụghachi maka niile na ya ego ọ ga-abụ oke mmadụ gba m eziokwu bere ọnụ okwu osimiri onye abụ oke mmadụ onye abụ oke mmadụ as long as you get the concern I don't know for you ọ bụ onye enwere ihe meji eji akpazify onye bụ oke mmadụ mbụ na akpọkọ ekele oke mmadụ iwere oke mmadụ mbụ ya bụ eziokwu ya sọ ọba asị oke mmadụ na-eji enwe selfish interests n'ụlọ oke mmadụ That is me for you. So now, how you get now? Whatever them dying in generation to come, let us be taking time now. Watch it character on YouTube because all of you to die with they are they are to trouble. Leopana okay, by 60 to 65 or 70. Even I know what I'm telling you. Check here the youth in now. Their behavior, how they talk, how they do things. Any as a youth, they got to get one night. We start watching. Let us be start watching. Because we're supposed to, I will say that one, the generation I was seeing produce, the elders I get produce very soon. Let us be watching. Because I is a lot of in days. Time of that time has gone. Man, it's not gonna work again. We can't tolerate such shit again. So it's not gonna benefit you. You're gonna benefit when the land is not good, when the place is not good, the places is not good. That's why you're gonna benefit. You have food, man. You better die. Let that land be good. You're gonna die, we're gonna make well. Our place is gonna be fine. Yes. You take advantage of something when it's not when it's going on. Is it good to be seeing you? Even where they may be taken. It's better you go there, man, so that in the case that when the situation of case, you don't need to tell them to change. You go to the allowing, you go to something. We have a lot of work we're gonna do. And you want to do in jail. It is me and you. You see, the time of having stupid elders that cannot go there, when you send them for a message, when they come, they're supposed to say the good things, they go there, they talk rubbish, they go there, they talk nonsense for their own selfish interest. We can't have such elders in our land anymore. We can't raise such elders again. This direction has to take note of that. Another year when do no, we have figured his deal one neighbor order. Joanne Pagin with Joanna was good with John Taddy, or the command and I got to only give you to because if I go to Hindu, would have again do Kamara. I say, what are you looking at? I don't come listen, I prefer having a youth in my heart than looking at Larry Hammer. That is me. I prefer working with a youth. Today, don't worry, the fear of God, and look at the light to one I never me. And I'm not gonna respect you. I'm not going to call you an heir because you are not qualified. You are not qualified to be that heir that is important. You don't be able to come out as important. Never. Leadership is not by age, man. In as much as age we count, but we can have stupid leaders in our land because no one value would I need to. All the people believe that one value would I need to. Upon the video was for the us in the 60 to 17 anyway. Much time to spend again. Did you know what these so-called elders are doing? Do you know what they are thinking? Do you know what they are saying? To the man had a wake up of a number of the what they are from you're gonna die. You see, when you have such elders, you miss what you expect. What? Another from them guy image. Now, my Chineke name the berry. La agent upon the Maga home or Helena will marry on top of shit. Get us a mafia fe. Mapanena from more to the Magawa. Get an upright. Here, Anna. We have his boy, he see you harder. Those paid us. We don't need them again. We don't need them again. And okay, that's now. Here, Mama, we don't Pokemon to legend with you. Yes, now. I never heard it like from you. Timothy, you can go you. I can't know. Did you know the next thing they're gonna do? They now call the young guys. Now looking at them now. I don't know. Now they're gonna carry Palakarinka. Now I never finding him here. Come about their friend and also. I need finding him. That's how they do it. That's how they said it. You see that man there, he's not agreeing with us. He don't align with us. We're going to push him away. We're going to kill him so that we can have time and do whatever we are doing. So that forgive a terror to them. What I fear also. What they talk about and actually, that is the thing you do come out with them. Either men in the safe fellow. You see, so when you start having such mentality, they only make expect. What do you expect? What you think of is something. What you think is what is going to happen again. I am the Jews. So they will keep up. That is why I never want to keep. And when the people have seen the either you have them granted. I didn't have you because a prayer is one matter. Only bribe, I don't know how that is the problem we're having in Igbo land. That is what keep Mazan mechanic to remain in detention, the death, the now. Can such thing happen in your family land? Can such happen in Fulani land? No, it's not gonna happen. It's only our own people. It's only how many times have you seen them condemning their people? You can't. They can do it. They cannot do that. It is only made for our people that we just come and criticize and say all manner of things against their people. But you cannot hear them saying such things to their own people. It is only our Igbo people. They claim they are righteous. Righteousness to Bopal now. All that one day may heal to Dora de Melo to the Jimmy. One about a person and then I will and then I Abubal and then I. You can never say so because what? You failure. So when you have sold your people to your enemy, what next? What again do you expect? They're not gonna respect you. You can't. That's the problem we are facing. How are we gonna do our things to stop all this mess? To stop all this nonsense so that in time to come we can be able to produce, to have a reasonable elders. We can be able to even though come out do turning him to raise elders. They will represent our generation. Because if we allow these people will destroy our generation and the upcoming one may be okay, what do you expect? How do you think is how this is gonna be? As I'm talking to you guys, I'm also learning. I'm coming to see, I'm so like or the leave like in our villages today, that are one of our uncle before he died. Whatever you need, whatever that man want to take it like that. May his soul rest in peace. That's my uncle. How will I say, let's go, get a lot of work. I don't want that man. Oji, I come out of job. All they can say, I didn't hear him here. But unfortunately, how that my uncle I cried because all came out later Agamba. It will be able to. Do we have such leaders in our communities today? Do we have such leaders in homeland today? Do we have such leaders in Imo State? Do we have such leaders in Anambra State? Do we have such leaders in Enugu and Ebonyi? Do we still have such leaders? Where is our elders? That is our question. That is the question we are going to. Where is our elders? We are still going to continue on that topic by next year. I have only 1 week to end the year program. Next year, where is our elders? See how the former governor of Anambra State died. Nobody should say may his story recipe because the man who died here. Where is our elders? No. Because Mary Helena, him doing a lady when you would have said, Dean don't come out, Gada or don't come out, and you won't look at what the Lanibo. Him they got them walking out, I'm walking out on the moon. Gada make or can walk out of I'm walking out on the moon, with him later. And you won't come out, Lanibo. I want to in the lady, and then we tell my was not trouble. Just save our topic for today, and this is going to be our continuous topic. We show one did you show one? Behind the issue one of okay. Issue one of okay. The devil don't come at. Where is our elders? Where is our elders? Of him danger. Lali body do tomato, and in the lali. Of him danger. Of Ajo, one all like was the Ajo. Joe won't come, Joe. Joe won't sapali more. Where is our elders? Where is our elders? They know Madani. They been to Madani window. And when you get a person of what I am window to Madam, Kamada, as well Kamadi, Kamadi, Lottie, Passo, Kamadi, Tori. Where is our elders? Gurus and Mozo. Ufadi ya fofala for izo kwa ngi malite angi we tanga ne mpusire asin yama no kuma mayoneta ita no kwace tagawa juwon mi gi solade ndo tema da hanin gingwe mbo tema da balu ago tema da wannan no asin dumin da azumi na ta lazawa yama no kuma mayoneta ma olen tunya de hojo re jonesi kiano re hojo as bombs and motor. I was a member of the Loki. For the from far, for young part I need you. Only to come to use of order, who don't know. And you can find no camera in the one.
That's the end of the program, and as I was saying before we came, we have a lot of questions we have to ask ourselves. Why are we not talking? Why do we find it difficult to talk? Why do we find it difficult to defend our people? Why do we find it difficult to defend ourselves? Why do we capitulate? Why do we easily surrender? Those that are supposed to speak are not speaking. Somewhere around Friday last week, I mentioned about the untimely death of our people. Untimely death. Why is it that all those people at the same age with the Fulanis and the Ududwas are still alive, but the Biafrans are the only ones kicking the bucket? Why? Why? Stemming from our late General Dumego Chukwu. If other people can go and receive treatment and be whole and come back, how come our people don't never reach that threshold and just see the one we just lost a few days ago? Are they poisoning us? We keep telling you, watch what you eat. These people are not your friends. The ones that try to speak up are eliminated. Have our people actually looked into this issue? I guarantee they've not. It is business as usual. Careless living breeds shortness of life. You live carelessly, you die carelessly. You drive carelessly, you die carelessly. Ignorance is not an excuse. Mark those three things. You live carelessly, you die carelessly. You drive carelessly, you die carelessly. Ignorance is not an excuse. These are some of my guidelines. These are the things that guide me. Things that you see that are not good, that you know will affect you somehow or the other, you try to solve it. Try to eliminate that issue before it gets bigger. Biafrans, we are too laxed. Biafrans, we are too compromising. We care less about anything, and we are paying the price. We care less to the point that we don't even care for our children and the generation to come. It is showing from a different perspective. We are seeing it. We are seeing the handwriting on the wall. When others will do everything in their power to preserve their lineage, Biafrans do everything in their power to eliminate a trace of them, of what makes them Biafrans. They try to eliminate those that retain the lineage of Biafrans. They are eliminated. They are not groomed. They are rejected and thrown away. Away phenomenon. Things are happening. We comfort ourselves. Away phenomenon. Biafrans. Things are happening. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. Speak. For those that will hear, will hear. When you show your seriousness, when you show that you are determined, when you show that you are focused, people will believe in you. They will come to listen to you. But when you show that you're not stable, you're not reliable, people will not vouch for you. They will not stick out their neck on your behalf. That's the reason we're in the situation we found ourselves. We have no business in political activity in the zoo. Biafrans have no business in engaging in any kind of political activity other than referendum and freedom. But when those that are supposed to do the deed continue to talk about politics, presidency, Supreme Court and all this, you're not serious. You don't want to go. Because there's no way you can say you want to go and you're getting into things that will tie you down, that will make you part and parcel of those that are terrorizing you. We Biafrans shouldn't be talking about any kind of political office in Nigeria as it stands. And when we say it, your responses are, you don't want me to be Eze. Eze. You can be Eze. It's just by word. And when they come to kill you, they'll kill you. They don't know if you're Eze or not. You remember the time the Fulanis came into River State? You remember? Biafrans were shouting from the inland. Why are those Rivers brothers being threatened? Why are they being attacked? Why are their chiefs being attacked, eliminated? You remember? Most of you have forgotten. Around 2016-17. Chiefs were attacked on their way to the village and they were killed. And they'll tell you insecurity. When they come on the TV, insecurity. Where is the insecurity occurring? In Biafra land and on Biafrans. Don't talk. If you talk, you will die. Ironically, you are dying, not talking. +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. We must do our best. We must like to protect, live and love to protect ourselves. And those that stick out their neck on our behalf, we have to make them proud. We have to make them understand that we are serious. When you are not serious and you don't understand somebody, you back up. That's what happens. Call out your name and where you calling from. Call out your name and where you calling from.
Hello.
Mazi, go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead, Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi Alozie. My name is Chukwu Emmanuel. I'm speaking from my location. I greet you once again, Mazi Alozie, as always. I greet my leader and our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who set up this platform. Chukwu Okike Abiama will be the strength of our leader. And all the genuine IPOB on this struggle. I greet our brother, Mazi Bright, for his topic this morning. I encourage any of us who have seen that there is no future or an Igbo man or a Biafra in Nigeria who have heard the story from 1945 to date, Chukwuokike Abiama will be their strength. The DOS and all of that. You see what is going on? I'm sorry for black people, mostly the Igbo people, who have never know what is coming to them up to now. These people who claim they are elders in Igbo land, elder undi ichie. Some of us are over 70 years. Now, we have good elders. We have bad elders. Everything that God created on this earth is two. One and second. What we have in Igbo land today are criminals in the name of elders. They are collecting money to sell their children to slave. I have said this thing time without number, that this thing you call on Hanese Igbo is made to destroy Igbo race. Hanese Igbo in the southeast, Pandes in the south, according to them. This group of people are set up for destruction and they are doing their work. They forgot that one day they will die. Anybody that cannot remember that one day that he will die on this earth is not a human being. You see our elders, Mbazurika Mechi, that man died because of what Igbo leaders have done to our leader Nnamdi Kanu. If you are listening to Radio Biafra, if you are listening to Ifeanyi Ejiofor, he said that this man is on the wheelchair. You know what it means? When you are above 70 years, everything inside your body has been gone. You are managing everything. But that man, I think he's up to 90 years. On the wheelchair. This man traveled to Abuja to see that our leader will be released. And those people that are supposed to join him in Abuja, none of them show up. If I just say it on this platform, I weep and I cry. All of you who are doing all this thing now, feeling that you are cheating IPOB, think that you are cheating Nnamdi Kanu. You don't know. You are killing yourself. You have reduced yourself to zero nothing in Nigeria and in the whole world. You people who feel that you get money, that you are giving money to make sure you hold down, you bribe the criminal judges in Nigeria in the name of Supreme Court. You have the money to bribe them so that they still continue delaying our leader, who is there to save you, who don't know you are left and right. But because you got money, you don't know that money is not everything. You people who are fighting to enslave yourself together with your generation, it will not go well with you. Obazika Mechi must say many things before he died against Igbo race, against Igbo leader. He must say many things against those people before he left. And in their mind, they are thinking that they are getting money. After na Europe, nature na mebu na nwe. Una ama ihu na-eme na ihu na-emewe. Megide onwe. Because Yoruba ewere ndị isi ndị Igbo dịka mmadụ again. Ha were ha dịka anụmanụ. Ndị ugwu ewere ndị Igbo dịka ndị isi ndị Igbo dịka mmadụ enyi ha. Ha were ha dịka anụmanụ. Atụrụ na Yoruba. Ihe dum unu metere ga-eso unu. Unu nwa bụ ndị na-agba mgba sị na unu wụ gọvanọ. Emeka Ọfọ na-agba mgba ihe ọ ga-eme ka ya gbuo nwanne ya nwoke na-adọ ya ndụ. Chefuo n'otu ụbọchị na ya ga-anwụ. N'ike na-agba mgba na-atụ ego ka e gbuo nwanne ha. Ka a nọrọ n'ụwa banyere ka ga-anọ ga-anwụọ. Ụmụ gị ga-ata ahụhụ ihe imeta. Ọtụtụ n'ime unu ga-ata ahụhụ si n'ahụhụ. Mgbe unu nwụchara ụmụ unu, ya banye na lineage unu because o nwere ihe mmadụ nwere ike ime mgbe ọ nọ ndụ. Mgbe ọ nwụrụ, ihe ahụ o metere na-eso the lineage na-aga. Otu omenala ala Igbo si edu before. Imetụ ihe ala na-asọ nsọ mgbe ị nwụrụ, ihe ahụ i metere ga-eso ụmụ gị, ga-eso ụmụ ụmụ gị, ga-eso ụmụ ụmụ gị. Otu a ka ọ ga-adịrị unu. Ahụhụ ga-adịrị Emeka Ọfọ na ndị otu ya. Ahụhụ ga-adịrị Nwike na ndị otu ya. Ahụhụ ga-adịrị Devolomani na ndị otu ya. Ahụhụ ga-adịrị all the politicians ndị na-enweghị ihere n'ala Igbo, ndị chefuru n'ụdị mmadụ dị ka Azikiwe ha bịachala ebe a laa. Amaghara ọkpara ha bịachala ebe a mgbe ndị Igbo nwere mmadụ ha bịachala laa. Ọtụtụ n'ime ha ndị wụ mmadụ mgbe ha bịachala laa. Otu ahụ ka ọ dịrị mmadụ. Ụwa ahụ ga-ebịa gị nọcha otu ụbọchị ga-disappear and that is all. Whatever you did will follow your lineage. Our leader, Chukwuokike Abiama, will be your strength. And UOS, Mazi Chike na ndị ochie. Ọnwụ nwa ka ọ ga-awụ mmadụ ichete ya enwetu obi na aka nwe mmadụ n'ala Igbo. Apart from that, Igbo has totally destroyed. Ihe mmadụ Bello kwuru na 12 October 1960 na-emezu korokoro like this. The last chicken punch ka ha nọ now. Ka ha sị na ha ga-ekwepụ control your own future by corruption, by using corruption, corrupt evil people who will sell their people to their slave, feeling that they are doing something good for themselves, not knowing that their slave master, they know them as the animal, not human being. Mazialozie, Chukwuokike Abiama will be your strength. And all those who are working hard to make sure what I want to say on 12th October will not complete. It's a pity. It's a pity. It's a pity. Thank you, Mazialozie. Chukwuokike Abiama will be your strength. And all of us who are here now.
The call number is +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. They plan for us. They know who they are. They know what they do. Nigeria is not a country. How big that they are now coming out to attack Christianity. They've known along about Christianity, and if it's not what they want, they'll use Islam to conquer it. We learn from Turkey. And then the head of the Christians themselves are not making things any better. They are endorsing things that are against the scripture they are preaching. And our people are dying from lack of knowledge. Caller, your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, good afternoon from my end here, Mazi Alozia. I greet you. So, like according to your broadcast today, you are like trying to analyze some certain things concerning our people not to pay attention to their problem, or most especially most of our people denying themselves of what they should be. Like today, I just watched a program. It's like a short interview that all these guys that used to walk on the street interviewing people. There was a video I saw. I saw this guy. It's a Morocco somebody, a Moroccan. So this guy went to him in the market square. The guy was selling. He's selling some fruit or so. So the guy with microphone and camera went to him and was asking him like, where will he like to travel to, for example, to just to change his view or whatever. And the guy was trying to explain he has traveled to maybe 4 countries, Turkey and other sides. And he asked him, where next is the place that you are planning to or you wish to? Surprisingly, this guy said that he wished to travel to Biafra. And the interview was surprised. He said, how do you mean? The guy said, yes, he would like to travel to Biafra. He asked him again, where are you from? He said he's a Moroccan. But because the guy was not in Morocco, he's in, I think, in another country like that. And he now asked him, how do you know about Biafra? First of all, he explained that there are some of his customers, most of the people that used to come to buy things from him, the majority of them are Biafran people, and they used to talk about Biafra to him. To the extent that a day came, he decided to make a research. Why I brought up this issue, that I just bring up this issue because of he mentioned research. He said he has heard of Biafra much. Then he decided to make a research. After his research, he now find out a lot of things about Biafra. And the guy said to him, what are the things you find out concerning Biafra? He says that Biafra is a very nice place. He described how rich the soil is, how greenish our place looks like, and how great that these people are, how good they are to humanity. This is an Moroccan. I was like, I said, who is this guy? The guy described our people to the extent that even most of our people today cannot even know who that they can't even stand to beat their chest and say that this is who they are. But it surprises me the way an outsider who this guy has never visited as in Nigeria or even coming to Igbo land or Biafra. But the way he analyzes what he finds out from research, it makes me feel so ashamed of some of our majority of our people. And then that brings me back to our people not being bold enough, to say who they are or to defend what God has blessed them with. Now, if all of us will be sincere to ourselves. Because, in this particular world that we are today, in this generation, we have seen it that there's nothing that lies can give to us. Or seeing reality, seeing something that is facing you. Just because of you have one ulterior motive or one interest towards that thing, and you know that this thing is coming to affect you. Not just only you, but everybody around you. But you choose to turn the truth down and stand over that evil that you are defending. That makes our people today, many of them knows what we are going through. But just because of not having knowledge of what future means. When we are talking about future, majority of those, like, let me say, the elders in our place today, both those that reside outside the land, their mindset of letting things down in our land, keeping quiet when death is visiting them, is because of things like this. Because they have this motive or the mindset that they want to acquire wealth or things that they will enjoy with their family, their children. Like, I do say to myself that people that doesn't have any sense of protection to themselves, they will perish. And other people will use them as caricature. They will mesmerize them, they will deal with them anyhow they like. And nobody will say anything. There is a certain video again I watched. A guy is a Nigerian, but his tribe is what I don't really know. He's not an Igbo, but maybe from the Ndetiti or whatever. Now, there was a video he was trying to analyze, and he's now direct as describing Igbo people as people that came from that particular side, and describe how primitive Igbo race is. That before we migrated to where we are today, that we were a kind of bush people who cannot even, that we were in the forest chasing animals. We can't even form anything at all. We can't bring anything to reality. It was like, he described us, he described Igbo people from one kind of race like that. From this Asia side, Indian, those people that used to walk in the forest, some part of those people are still today in that part of Asia. Now, if you see how this guy the way he described Igbo people, downgrade us, talk everything on Igbo people on social media. This video is not up to 2 weeks. And many of our people saw this video. I was like asking, does it mean that our people are not seeing this kind of things? Or what is their sense of not understanding towards these particular videos that happen, that affect every billionaire, trillionaire from this particular race? And now, there was a lady from Igbo land. She used to teach things about our tradition and culture. And she picked this video, tried to analyze this video, and was asking questions. What is our people doing when they see things like this? How are their feelings? What are their feelings? What do they think? That if at all that our people really believe, if they really know that they are humans,